So good to have you here. I'm really excited to be here today. We have a huge stream coming up. We're going to be live for a couple hours, so feel free to hop in and out as you go about your day. We're going to be doing a bunch of writing, and then we're going to be playing some World of Warcraft later. Mythic Plus, which is my favorite game mode, just came out today. And so we're going to be tanking some of that. It's going to be exciting as we figure out all the new dungeons and things like that. But today we're going to be writing a new myth, and this one's called War, which is obviously quite an interesting title. I think you guys are going to find it interesting, and we're writing from zero. So we have an outline, but we have absolutely nothing written, and you'll get to see how that works. I'll give you guys a little recap on everything that we've been up to on the Flashbird just stepped in. Welcome. This is a new alert. It's not quite working exactly as we expected. I asked Flashbird to come in and test it. I appreciate that. The test was a slight failure. It did fire, so that's a slight win, but those are the new alerts. So if you subscribe to my membership page, which is not live yet, you will be able to get some exclusive perks. And when you do that, there will be notifications coming in live. So that's what that was. Flashbird, thank you for the test and thank you for the subscription. We're going to keep on cruising here. So who I am, I'm E.I. Werner. I've been a fantasy author for 18 years. And right now I am an aspiring mythwriter, which means I'm trying to write my own. Someone does stop by the shop. That's another notification coming in from Flashbird. So these are the new notifications for the testing. Really appreciate it, Flashbird. Neither was a complete success, but neither was a complete failure on those notifications. We're shifting back into the actual content here, but thank you, Flashbird, for that. So who I am, I'm E.I. Werner. I'm a fantasy author for 18 years. I am an aspiring mythwriter, which means that my fantasy book that I'm writing right now, it's actually the primary difference between it and other fantasy books is that, and other fantasy worlds, is that they have completely different cosmogonic myths, completely different myths for how the universe was created, and that influences every single thing about their culture, their ethics. And what's different about this is that you can actually read those myths. And there is no other fantasy book series that actually started with mythology and then went into the rest of the world and the ethics and the cultures. The closest example would be Tolkien with the Silmarillion, but he never published that until after his death. And so even though he actually began there with the Silmarillion and that mythology, he didn't finish that until after his death. It had to be published by his children. Kid Cougar 00, eternal victory is only perceivable through temporary setbacks. Godspeed. Thank you, Kid Cougar. I really appreciate all the help and testing those notifications. We'll get those cleaned up by next chat. So continuing on here, team, who this channel is for. So I'm building this community. I'm writing online live, and I'm really looking to cultivate a really unique niche subculture on the internet. And the first person that this is going to be for is for people who are fans of fantasy. People are curious about how the worlds are created kind of on the inside, what sort of questions we wrestle with, how it starts from absolutely just an empty page to an entire world that you can go ahead and inhabit. The next person that this channel is for people who struggle to articulate what it is they love about fantasy. They may think it's childish, or they may be embarrassed about the fact that they love it, thinking that it's childish or like a futile endeavor. But we're going to really explore the timeless element of fantasy on this channel and really equip you with the tools to explain why fantasy is so interesting and why it is so important. Another person who I think would really thrive at this channel are guilty adult gamers. I'm a very serious guy. I take my writing especially extremely seriously, and I'm a very productive guy, but I've also been a gamer since as long as I can remember, and I will continue to be a gamer. And I really do believe that writing, fantasy, and games are not escapes, they are destinations, and we're going to be proving that thesis here live on stream. And lastly, who this channel is for is aspirants. So people who are, somewhere between where they dream of going, somewhere between where they were and where they dream of going. So that's a lot of us who are working on some project that nobody asked for. It can be kind of a lonely endeavor. And here we're going to talk about those things and work on them live. So what are we working on? So this is called the Make Myth series. As you can see, this is the 5th episode of 34. I'm currently in Athens, and I'll be here for, it's going to be 17 weeks, and we stream twice a week. That's why there's 34 episodes here, and we're going to be doing live writing, and then we'll relax with some games and kick back. And the most important thing to note about this, we did just get started, but endurance is way greater than heroics, right? This is not about one viral video. This is not about one great stream. This is about showing up again and again, which is what it takes to write anything of meaning. And it's what it takes to really cultivate a community like this. And so this project is going to conclude on July 7th. That doesn't mean we're going to stop streaming. Actually, in fact, we're definitely not. But it is a bracketed set of time where I've set a couple goals for us. And I just want to check in on those goals. I'll be doing this at the beginning of a stream at least once a week just to show you where we're at. we haven't made a lot of progress. I haven't really invested a lot going in on growth here. Our goals are all to do with the number 7. You'll see the number 7 is extremely important for our mythology, and so 77,777 YouTube views. You can see currently across all my videos and streams we have 306 views. So that's a third of a percent there. So we're not making great progress, but we are making a lot of progress on these original myths drafted. We're continuing to write, and so long as we're writing, everything's okay. It really is okay. It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as we're persistent and consistent with our writing, and we're able to accomplish good writing goals on stream, we're doing okay. And soon we're going to be pulling a lever on growth. We're going to be starting to post clips and VODs and summaries. Right now, I've just been really practicing. This is my 5th stream, and I'm much more comfortable writing and broadcasting in general. So let's do a little recap on what we've done in the past couple sessions. We talked about what myth is, right? And the biggest myth about myths is the commonly used definition, which is that it's like a commonly held false belief. That is not what I believe myth is. Myth is not a story about something that did happen, and it's not a false belief. It is a tale about something that happened, is happening, and will happen. We're looking at those timeless truths, those truths that continuously recur. And why are we creating new myths? With all my study over the past decade on these a borderline obsession with mythology and how it influenced our ethics and culture, I think it's very difficult for most people who haven't done that research to really see how these myths affect them on a day-to-day basis and how they affect our societies. And I think by taking people to an entirely different destination, a place sorry, let me move this, the light's on my eyes. Good, okay. You'll be able to see maybe a little bit better how our mythology influences our day-to-day life, and which myths by accident you might have inherited. You don't really get to opt out of a mythology. They are kind of core to who you are, and if you don't opt into one, then you get one by default and by accident without ever even asking for one. So what my myth project is called Once, as in like once upon a time, and it has 7 stories in it. Again, remember that 7 is a very important number here, and I'll read the log line here. It's quite short, but then I'll actually explain what it means. So 7 original myths braid astrophysics, philosophy, and religion into a single foundational hymn, tracing humanity's emergence from before the beginning. Right, and so essentially the story is saying the sun is going to die and only we can save it, and it goes across several myths. They go from the origin of the cosmos, kind of in Genesis, it's like in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and then it goes all the way to human society and how we evolved and emerged as a really crucial part of mythology. Humans have a role to play in all of this. So finally, I'm going to just show you guys kind of where we're at. We have written out all of our goals to kind of finish the entire project here. And you'll see drafts versus hater. Hater means like it's done. And we're working on the draft versions of these. And so you'll see that we just finished actually, brother. And let me update that live. We just finished Brother, and today we're going to be working on War. And that doesn't mean that it's completely done, but it is done enough for us to move on. And I need to follow my own advice, which is kind of get to the end here, and then we can edit it. So we're going to go ahead and read what we do have. This is a little, and then we're going to get started on writing the new stuff. And so this is our master manuscript. This is something that we started off with nothing, and now we've been continuing to build it out live on stream. And it's only 487 words, and we're going to read it and analyze it together before we start writing today, so that anybody who's catching this up on a VOD has the context for exactly what we're going to be writing. And feel free to swing by. If you already know the history, if you've already done the recap, then feel free to swing back in a couple minutes, and we'll be working on the new material here. Okay, we're going to read here starting from Once, and this is the very origin. From nothing, we start here. So once, only one, only darkness. At once, light declares itself, severs 1 to 2, before to after. Light is holy, Light is whole. Light is itself. In it, no darkness. Darkness yearns to be one again. Darkness swallows light within a singular seed. Still, light loves to be and become. One seed cannot contain it. At once, light shines, shatters shell, a golden sun emerges. Still, sun loves to be and bestow itself, severs of itself 7 children to behold it. Severed, sun is less than it was. Beheld, darkness cannot claim them. All right, team. So what are we talking about here? So once upon a time, only darkness. There was only darkness. There was just an empty, yawning void. And if we look at all mythologies, kind of across all time, this is an extremely recurring mythology that before there was something, there was nothing. And at once, it's almost always that light declares itself. Light self-creates, or light emerges from the creator as the first being. And light then creates duality out of singularity, right? It severs the singularity into duality, and it severs before and after, right? So time is created. And we're talking about light's divinity. I think light is the most consistent, recurring metaphor motif for divinity. And so you could see Jesus is obviously cloaked in light. God created light first in Genesis, etc. You would also see it in the Quran, as well as in Zoroastrianism. And this is not a commemorative mythology exercise, but we are making sure that we're informed on how these projects have come about. And we're saying in it, no darkness. So we're saying that it is entirely whole, it's entirely perfect. Darkness yearns to be one again. Darkness swallows light. So this is a black hole. And darkness is not necessarily evil. It just wants to return back to its singularity. It doesn't want to be different from light. It wants to be the same. And so it swallows light into a black hole. And at the center of a black hole is this kind of primeval atom. It condenses and condenses and condenses all of light, all the potential of the universe into one little atom. But light loves to be and become. It loves to exist, and so it's going to resist the idea of being swallowed into singularity, and it's going to explode. And this is the Big Bang. So we're a little bit different from the Big Bang in the sense that we have an event that happens before it. First, there's a light severance, and then all of that light is packed into that single atom that then explodes into the Big Bang, and this is where the sun emerges as the first form. And the sun loves to be and bestow itself. It loves to give of itself. And so it cuts out some of its own matter to create 7 children. And these are the planets. And we're making clear that the sun is less than it was. And the reason being that it had to sacrifice in order to create these planets. And beheld, darkness cannot claim them. So what we're saying here is that it talks about that idea of if a tree falls in the woods, doesn't make a sound if no one can hear it. And we're arguing that it makes no sound. You need to have something behold it, be heard, in order for it to exist. And for it to exist, that means that it's not in the singularity. And so the sun really relies on being beheld, as do the planets really rely on it. So Mother is the second myth, and we'll go ahead and read it. And what you can see at the top here is that I put some to-dos in. This is our master manuscript, but this is a draft version. This is we are going to, once we finish all 7 myths, come back and do a real sexy polish. And in order for me to be able to move on, I do need to keep track of the things that I want to change. And so we're going to go ahead and read the second myth, and this is about the creation of Earth and life itself. So at the end, remember, the sun created 7 planets, and here we go. 7 children dance along light's edge. One, unlike her brothers. She, the only daughter of sun beholds itself glimmering in her sweet waters. So we're saying here that there's 7 planets, but one of them is unique, and that's Earth. That's our mother. Then we see that the sun is beholding itself glimmering in her sweet waters. This is also a very recurrent myth where the divine sees itself on earth reflected, sees itself in humans reflected. She dances around sun until she dances where she began. There she beholds sun without shadow, so beholds her own. we're saying that she dances around the sun. That's an orbital rotation, right? So she's dancing and dancing around. She's chilling. She's happy. But then when she completes one rotation, when she dances back where she began, that's 1 year passing, she beholds the sun doesn't have a shadow. And then she becomes her own. And this is something I think a lot of us can relate to. You know, when you behold something perfect, you recognize your own imperfection. And it's like if you're on Instagram and you're looking at people with perfect bodies and perfect lives, it's going to make you feel like shit. She's having that experience by beholding the sun, which is more perfect than she is. So the sun is whole and she is half shadow. The sun loved to bestow, loved to give, and she loved to behold, so she loved to receive. Sun is itself, and she is only its daughter. So she is less than the sun in her eyes. So she twirls and twirls to escape her shadow. That's the horizontal axis rotation here, which is different from the orbital rotation. She weeps, and shame will not release her. It's futile. She can't twirl away and escape her shadow. So 2 tears fall and fall to dawn to dusk. Salt cut sweet, shame meets awe, sun and sunborn mother. So what am I saying here? She cries, and so she cries. She already had fresh water. Then we have the collision of salt water and fresh water. We have the collision of night and day. We have the collision of shame and awe, and it's in those collisions, it's in different objects that life is created. She is born 2 sons, and then she becomes a mother. So in this next myth, we are talking about brother. So these are the 2 sons that are actually born to her, and we have some changes that we want to make, but we're going to go ahead and just analyze this. And as you can see, it's quite a unique format where we have 2 parallel myths. It's kind of like yin and yang going side by side here. And I'm just going to read on the left side and kind of walk us through it at a high level for those of people watching the VOD especially, so that they can get an idea of where we're at. Go ahead and watch it back to make sure that they feel really caught up, but I don't want the people who are watching live, which we actually have a few viewers, hey everyone, to be too bored. I want to get into the writing as soon as possible. So at dawn and at dusk, we have two brothers born at 2 different places. One twin is born, and they each have the same form, and they each have the same mother. So they're exactly identical at this point, and neither of them know their brother. So we're building a little suspense here. Obviously, at this point, they don't know each other's brother, but they are going to meet by the end of this story. And the mother loves her sons. Obviously, she loves them. That's a major things that mothers do, is they love their children. And so she transfigures her waters to milk so that her sons might drink, become themselves, and stand before light and know no shame. So we're saying that when she was before light, she felt shame, and she wants her kids to not have to experience that same negative emotion that she did. But what's interesting is that even though both brothers are exactly identical, precisely identical, the morning milk, the milk that is happening during the day, because only half of her is covered in light, is honey sweet, whereas the evening milk is briny bitter. And so the brother on the left drinks and is nourished, he becomes full, and the one on the right is famished and becomes empty. And so he grows 4 eyes to go closer to and seek light splendor. He severs 4 tongues to flee dark's terror. So, but if you're going away from the darkness and you're headed towards the light, you're actually headed towards the same place. And so here we go. They clash. 4 eye clashes 4 tongue. 4 tongue clashes 4 eye, and a spire rises in between them. Kind of 2 punches, boom, and there's a mountain that rises, and the brothers grapple. And because the first brother is nourished from the better milk, he is able to triumph over his other brother, and he's able to seize the peak of victory. But from the top of the peak of victory, he looks down at his brother who's in the pit of defeat, and he feels compassion. He feels sad at his brother's misfortune. And that, I believe, is the origin of goodness. And then on the opposite side, from the bottom, the other brother looks up, and he beholds his twin's fortune, how unfair it was, how good his life was, and envy gnaws at him, and loathing gnaws at him. And this, I'm saying, is the origin of evil. So the 2 brothers sacrifice. I'm going to skip ahead, actually. Let's try to get to the end here, and let's start writing the new thing. So this is what happens. One brother goes to try to save the other brother, and he almost dies, and the mother saves him, and she wraps him in a womb all the way deep inside of her belly. And the other brother tries to commit suicide. He's done with all this stuff. He tries to leap out into the abyss, and the mother wraps him in a moon. And he's outside, and he's upset. He's pissed off that mother would try to save him because he tried to commit suicide. He didn't want to be alive anymore, right? And so He's not happy about that at all, and the two of them have different reactions. So the one who's the Ember Heir inside the mother, he's so full of gratitude, and he has Four Eye has a prophecy where he foresees that he will redeem his brother, his mother, and light itself. He will behold light and light to light. It's like the best possible thing. Whereas on the other side, Four Tongue foretells he will swallow his brother, his mother, and light itself. So he's going to destroy them, and he will behold only darkness. So he's going to bring everything back to singularity. He's going to ruin everything. I realized that was a little bit too long of an intro. Now that we have more written, I think that we're not going to do these longer reviews, but we are going to jump into war in 1 second here, team, and we're going to start writing from scratch. And what we do have is we have an outline, but we have nothing else. We're just going to start, just like with the past couple episodes, we're going to start just writing from an empty page. And I'm going to take a sip of coffee. I'm going to take a little hit of my vape, and then we're going to get cooking here. I do think that intro was a little bit too long. I'll make sure to modify it for next time. I don't think we're going to read each myth every single time. I think we're going to jump right into the writing moving forward so people can kind of get into the meat. But this is only our 5th stream, and we're always learning. We're always getting better. Okay, war, team, war. So what happens here? What is the war between? Currently, when we're starting this, what we have is one brother. We have one brother who is inside Earth's core, right? He's a fiery core. He's the good brother because he was very fortunate to be born during the day. And he is, he has a prophecy where he foresees that he will redeem his brother, his mother, and light itself. And then everything's going to be light and light to light. So he sees something that he foresees that something's going to be excellent. The other brother foretells that he will swallow his brother, his mother, and light itself into only darkness. So he foretells something is going to be, that everything's going to be destroyed into darkness, and these are two competing prophecies. And that's where the war is going to come into, is we're going to have competing prophecies, and they're going to create avatars that are coming into them. So what we're going to do is we're going to write it out as it really ugly first. So we're going to say, from within the fiery core, and we'll clean up the language, from within the fiery core, Four Eye creates an avatar to see what he foresaw. Whereas from within the icy moon, Four Tongue creates an avatar to tell what he foretold, right? And so we are going to have two avatars that are created, and they're going to fight. So where does the good avatar actually create? How does he actually make this? So it's going to be from a river of fire and stone, let's say. Four Eye creates Forepaw, right? So that's his first avatar that he's creating. From a seething tide of salt and ice, Four Tongue creates Four Fang, right? And so these are our two avatars that are going to clash first. One is making it, so if you imagine like you have this fiery core at the center of Earth, it is creating heat that is coming up and colliding with the water to create the good avatar Forepaw. And then if we think about the other side, which is like the moon pulling at the tides in the seething ocean, imagine kind of like a whirlpool, and from in the center of that whirlpool of tides of ice, we have Four Fang coming out. Okay, so let's say, and each of them wants their primary mission is to fulfill the prophecy as told by their creator, right? So one wants to see what he foresaw, and the other wants to see what they foretold, but these are colliding things. So forepaw prowls about across mother hunting for fang. He goes all the way around until he reaches the top of the spire. There, he is transfixed by light's glory, and Four Fang swallows him. Alright, so now from another, so when he gets to the top, he looks at Light's beauty and is transfixed for a moment, and in that moment of being transfixed, he is swallowed by the enemy, and so after that, from River of Fire, from Flame and Stone, let's say. The next avatar is Four Wing. So Four Wing flies about Mother, hunting Four Fang. Right. Flies all around until he gets to the spire. They're transfixed by Sun's glory. Four Fang swallows him. Alright, and this is where shit starts to get interesting, fam. So the next avatar that they create, so Four Eye is trying to fight Four Tongue by creating avatars, right? But both of his avatars so far, we have Four Paw and we have Four Wing, they both died to Four Fang. And so his next avatar that he creates, is Twin Two Hands, and these are proto-humans. Twin Two Hands, right? And each one of these is called, next avatar is Twin Two Hands, and each twin is the same, except one is one, and that's like a name, one. And the other is other, the name other. So what happens with these two twin hands? They hold on to each other, right? So they have two hands to hold each other. And what they're going to do is, let me just drink water. So one and other hold one another. You can start to see the poetic language, how I intend for the poetic language to emerge here. Hold one another. One grasps all that is known. And this is going to be certain death by Four Fang. One reaches for all that is unknown, and this is going to be unknowable. You know, you don't know what's unknown. I reckon why this is probably hard to follow at this current stage, and we'll see by the end it'll be cleaner and make more sense, but this is the writing that I have to do today, and we start at zero. That's where we are, and For those patient or curious, you'll be able to see kind of how we go from nothing to something together. But I recognize why this is not maybe the most interesting stream at the current point, but we're going to keep going, and I hope for those who are interested in mythology, they get something out of it. So we have these two creatures, right? They're proto-humans, and they're a pair, and they have two hands each. And so with one hand, they hold on to each other, and with their other hand, one of them is grasping everything that's known. And this is going to be a very important concept. One grasps everything that's known, and everything that's known is that they're 100% going to die to Forfang. They're fucked. The other one, other, with a capital O, reaches for all that's unknown, right? And so if you can imagine, you have like two people kind of holding, and they're like this. One is reaching, one is grasping, and the unknown is obviously unknowable, right? And so they alternate. And travel across one mother, across mother, reach, comma, grasp, grasp, comma, reach, right? Until they reach the spire. And this is the spire where the other two avatars died from. So at the top of the spire, only one can fit. So other lifts one. One reaches the top, and we're just writing ugly now, right? And we're gonna finish it out. One reaches the top, is transfixed by light's glory. Forfang swallows him. But other is there, watching him, watching him. This is the only time when they have another person there, right? So the Four-Wing and Forepaw both were killed because were swallowed, but now this time we have one being swallowed, but other grabs Forfang and splits him in half to try to save one. And so now imagine you have this creature, right, and he takes his two hands and splits Forfang, but he's holding two things in his hand, so he holds Fang and Fang. Instead of grabs, I'm going to say grasps, use the same words. Splits Forfang, right? And now he's holding, and this is ugly, but Fang and Fang equals staff and staff. Okay. So he's holding two staffs now. One falls out. Let me see what my outline says here. Yeah, okay. One falls out. But other is transfixed by And we're saying peculiar spectacularity. That'll come back around when we have spectacular peculiarity. We're going to go back and forth between those, but I'll explain that soon. Just getting to the end here, team, and then we're going to write properly. But others transfixed by stab and stab doesn't notice one falling. One falls to his death. Overcome by anguish. Other goes down. By the blood of one and bones of the other. By the blood of one and bones of other, and that has a nice rhythm to it, right? By blood of one and bones of other. It sounds ritualistic, and that's what we're going for here, team. But this is an ugly version, but you know, and we're about to edit it. We're just getting to the end. But by the blood of one and bones of the other, he writes. He etches in the staffs their story, the story of one another. So no one and no other should so suffer. So what just happened, team? What happens is that one of them dies in this battle, and the other one, who's so overcome by grief, he sacrifices himself and uses his blood and one's blood and the bones of the other to actually carve into the staves that they've found the story of what happened. Pop and Puff, welcome, thank you. I love that. I really appreciate your encouragement. It means a lot. By blood of one, he etches in this, so no one and no other should so suffer. So this is the invention of writing. Right, so we started all the way at the beginning of the universe, and now this is the first time that writing has been created. And that is where we're going to kick off the next story, which is called Gate. But that's not what we're working on now. We are working on the story called War. Right, and so let's review really quickly like what we're saying. So we're saying that there's two brothers, right, and one of them is a fiery core of Earth, and one of them is in the moon, and they create avatars to continue to fight each other. Because they have competing prophecies about how the universe is going to emerge. And the first, the avatar of the bad guy is called Fourfang, and the first avatar of the good guy is called Fourpaw. And he goes and he tries to hunt Fourfang, but when he gets to the top of the spire, he's killed by Fourfang because in a moment he's transfixed by light glory when he reaches that peak, and then he's swallowed. The next avatar, so we go again, right? This is evolution. We're talking about natural selection. We are trying, came in late, but that is awesome. Thanks, Pop and Puff. I really appreciate it. We started really raw, and now we're going to get into like the elegant writing, and you're going to start to see the rhythmic, poetic hymn elements of this. So Fourpaw is killed. The next avatar is going to be Fourwing. So Fourwing flies around. He also gets to the top of the spire, and he's also killed. So then the third version, and this is natural selection, this is evolution, is twin two hands, right? And these are proto-humans, and they are pairs, and they're in a pair, and they're exactly the same, except one is one with a capital O, and the other is other with a capital O. So these are their names, one and other. And one another hold one another. You're going to start to see the rhythmic, poetic nature of that as well. One another hold one another. And so one is grasps all that is known, and one reaches for all that is unknown, and they're kind of alternating and traveling that way, but always holding on to each other with one hand, always making sure that they are staying connected. And so then they get to the spire. And at the top of the spire, you know, we learned in an earlier myth that only one of them can fit. So other lifts one up to the top. He goes, and when he sees Fourfang, he's transfixed by light's glory, just like the other two. And so Fourfang swallows him, but in this case, we actually have somebody else watching him. And he has a homie who has his back. And so other grabs Fourfang, rips him apart, and his homie who was inside of him falls out, and he's holding in his hands now two staffs. So he's holding two of the fangs. They're in his hands, and these are staff and staff, and these are going to become very important symbols. And the issue is that other is holding these staffs, and he's transfixed by them. It's called peculiar spectacularity. and because later we're going to have spectacular peculiarity, which is different. Just hold on for that. And because he's transfixed, he doesn't notice that his homie is falling to his death, and it's really tragic. And so he falls to his death, and so the homie who's still alive goes down to the bottom, and he's overcome by anguish. And what he does is he commits suicide, uses his own blood, so by the blood of one and by the bones of the other, uses the bones of the one who died to mark in those stabs their story, so that no one and no other should so suffer. So now we go back to the top and we get into some of the gritty language here. Team. This is going to be a long writing session, team. We just kind of got to the end in an ugly way, and now we need to start actually writing it. We had an outline, now we have a shitty version, and now we're going to make it cleaner. So let's think about how to start this off. What's the first line going to be? What's the first line going to be? So we're saying, let's start with 4i. 4i burns within mother. That's fine for now. 4i burns within mother, forms for paw. Forms for paw to see what he foresaw. And you can start to see the poetic nature of this. Forms, forepaw, foresaw, right? And that's what we're going to be going for here, is poetic rhythm. But I actually want to do this. 4i burns within one mother, from a river of fire and stone. It's kind of like a volcano. I think we'll come back to that. From a river of fire, forms forepaw to see what he foresaw. That works for now. We'll come back. And then, so 4tongue seethes it's from a seething tide of ice and salt. And we're going to have a mirroring between the river and flame and stone and seething tide of ice and salt, but we're not there yet. 4tongue sees outside mother from a seething tide of ice and salt, forms forefang to tell what he foretold. So you can see we have one avatar is trying to see what 4i foresaw, and the other avatar is trying to tell what forefang foretold. And so we have competing prophecies here. We can say forepaw prowls across mother to hunting forefang. How do I say that he gets to the spire? Prowls. So he's going to go across everything. He's going to go across the whole world until he gets to the spire, right? And that's where there's going to be a collision. Until he prowls atop a spire, and this is the same spire from before, the last myth. There he is, transfixed by light splendor. clean this up. Let's clean this up now. Okay, so we have, I think maybe we start with an evil. So we start with 4 tongue instead of 4 eye. I think it kind of sets the stage of what the stakes are. So we can say 4 tongue. Oh, no, okay. From a seething tide of ice and salt. That's a sick way to start, right? So you're starting to see how it can start to get poetic if you just keep wrestling it. From a seething tide of ice and salt, 4 tongue forms 4 fang to tell that which he foretold. That's pretty clean. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. That's right. So it started real ugly, but it started to get a little bit from a seething tide of ice and salt, right? That sounds like it could start a myth, and it may not be where we end up, but it's a nice. From a seething tide of ice and salt, 4 fang forms 4 tongue forms 4 fang to tell that which he foretold. Keep in mind, 4 tongue is in the moon. So that's why these are seething tides of salt, because the moon controls the tides. And there's this salty ocean, and so that's where he is making his gnarly avatar. Now we need a mirroring for the 4 eyes avatar, right? So from a blank, we need a mirrored for seething river of fire and stone. 4 eye forms 4 paw to see that which he foresaw. This is kind of clean. You can start to see the parallelism. So from a seething tide of ice and salt, 4 tongue forms 4 fang to tell that he foretold. We can say what, but I don't love what. We can actually mark this. We keep moving, fam. We always keep moving to tell from a seething tide. So what's a type of river from what's like a good parallel for seething, right? So the seething tide I really like because it shows the anger. It also shows that it's kind of like gathering and has like almost like a mucusy saliva to it. But the river is going to be like a coursing river. It's going to be a torrent. It's going to be kind of like a volcano. And that's what we want to find a mirroring word for from a sorry, let me just make the parallels here. Let's ask AI. You guys will find that I do love AI and I'm not ashamed to use it for synonyms and thesaurus type activities. Every writer uses a thesaurus and I use AI as my kind of thesaurus. I'm always extremely transparent about when I use AI and I'll explain to you what I'm doing here. So I made a project for our last stream that I'm going to continue using, and what it has is my latest manuscript. As a project file, it also has like a little overview about the different style and what the whole project contains, and then it also contains the rough outlines. Okay, I'm writing War Live right now. Wave, you're on stream. To Claude, hello my friend. What do you think is a good mirror word for seething for the river of fire and stone? Let's see what it says. our last session, we were like, AI was successful in helping us like 3 out of 7 times. And you can go back and look at every single thing. It's live that I'm doing this, so you can go ahead and see every time that I do use AI. And it's mostly just for word choices. Sometimes it comes up with some really good. Heaving is terrible. Roiling, terrible. Surging, no. These are all bad. Give me more. Try again. I wanted it to be like a coursing river, a river with a strong current, kinda a mix between a river and a volcano. It may not work for us. We may have to just go, but I do think it churning, thundering. Okay, none of those are good. But we continue on. From a coursing. Define coursing. I want to know the exact definition. Coursing. Yeah, okay. So AI completely failed there. Did not help us come up with a word, but I guess just even talking to it and trying to figure out what you want is helpful. And I really believe that AI is kind of just like the totem of human knowledge, and if you use it thoughtfully, it can be great, and if you use it unthoughtfully, it can be terrible. Okay. So we have the 2 creations of the avatar. That was the first thing that we needed to do. The next thing that we need to do is he hunts him, right? And you notice I use present tense because when we talk about myths, we're talking not about a story that did happen. We're talking about a story that did happen, is happening, and will continue to happen. And so we're using a present tense here. So for Hun's Forfang. I'm wondering if I go forepaw Hun's Forfang, forepaw prowls, or if I switch it, you know, so there's 2 options here. We could go like, nah. It's gotta be like this. Forepaw prowls, Hun's Forfang. Until he prowls atop a spire. He beholds light splendor. Is momentarily transfixed. So what are we saying here, team? We have he's hunting him. Then he goes all across the Earth, Mother, until it gets to the top of the spire. And I'm saying that when it gets to the top, There's a moment when he's vulnerable because he's reached the top and he beholds light's glory. Is transfix the right word for that? We need to think for a sec, team. None of those are good. I went for coursing. Now let's move on. I'm working on this part. I'm trying to explain how at the top forepaw is momentarily stunned by light's glory, which creates a moment of vulnerability. That Forfang can take advantage of. What are synonyms for transfixed? Although transfixed could be good because in another myth we use transfigured from water to milk. And so if we have these multiple of these trans words, we can maybe find an opportunity for rhythm. I think we use my original world transfixed. Yeah, none of those are good. Okay. So far AI is 0 for 2. I use it to speak out loud what I'm doing. I'm also speaking out loud to you guys, so it's kind of interesting to see this live. And we're in 2026, fam. People use AI. If that rubs you the wrong way, I think you're going to have to get over that. You can tell it's an incredibly original concept, and all the writing is my own. I just look for the source. So forepaw, prowse, Hans Forfang. Let's see exactly what transfix means. Okay, transfix is where it's so captivated or struck by awe, fear, beauty, etc. that you become motionless or unable to look away. That works. If they're transfixed by sun splendor. All right, I think we are doing pretty well here, team. I'm not sure how long we've been live, but we are making progress. We wrote a whole shitty version all the way to the end, and now we're cleaning it up. And writing is rewriting. You kind of just keep going over it and wrestling with the words until it sounds fucking amazing. So from a seething tide of ice and salt, four-tongue forms Forfang. Nice start, team. Nice start. Forfang to tell what he... It's not what. let's tell that. To tell that he foretold. Do we need a witch? To tell that he foretold? I think it's just that. People get it. Okay, that. We need a capital H here. From a coursing river of fire and stone. That works. 4i forms forepaw to see that he foresaw. Forepaw prowls, hunts forefang until he prowls atop a spire. I don't think we need until, although I do have an until in an earlier myth, like the mother myth. She dances until she dances back where she began. So let's think about that. He prowls. That's the interesting thing about writing, a multi-entity piece is you're not just looking for repetition and alignment across one story. You're looking at it across numerous stories. So I'm trying to get him on top of the spire in a way that sounds nice. We're correct from what's happening. We're just trying to make it sound nicer before we move on, because if we make it sound nice here, it'll be easier when we get to 4-wing. And he does this exact same thing. Is he transfixed? Or does is he transfixed, or does the sun transfix him? Right, and that's actually a little bit of a different way to say that. I'll show you. You could say transfixed by sun splendor. You could say sun splendor transfixes him, right? So those are our two options here. It's gotta be like this. Transfixed by sun splendor. Forefang swallows forepaw. Okay. So here's where we are. From a seething tide of ice and soul, Fortang forms Forefang to tell that he foretold. From a coursing river of fire and stone, 4i forms Forepaw to see that he foresaw. Forepaw prowls, hunts Forefang, prowls atop a spire. Trying to make it clear what's actually happening there. Come on. Yeah, that works. So we're saying that he prowls and he's hunting Forefang. He gets to the top of the spire. At the top of the spire, he's transfixed by sun splendor, and there he's swallowed. Works. Now we continue on. So remember that we're in war, and this is going to be evolution, this is going to be natural selection. So that's the first avatar that 4i makes to fight him. Now we do 4-wing, right? So we go from a coursing river. Four eye forms 4-wing. To see that he foresaw. What's a good verb for wing? Probably flies, right? And we're mirroring the exact thing there. So 4-wing kind of does a very similar thing to 4-paw, except that he flies instead of prowls. He's kind of taking a different approach. We're getting different forms that are trying to compete in the in natural selection and evolution. He flies, hunts 4-fang until he flies. So we've had 2 forms that 4-eye made that have not worked. Now we're going to make the one that does work, right? So now in this case, we're making the proto-humans in the same way. So it's always from a coursing river of fire and stone. We have that repeating, which is nice. We like repetition in hymns and poems. Sorry, I just kind of breathed right into the mic. All right. Now we gotta get into some poetic shit. Watch this. So what we're going to do is we're going to explain the nature of one another, and you're going to start to see how this is going to sound really pretty and really rhythmic. Twin 2 hands, let's say. Both come out same, except, and we'll probably have a different word, except one is one and other. Each holds one another. You can start to see the rhythm. I'm trying to get really specific about their hands, you know, and they only hold each other with one hand. They're not going to hold each other with 2 hands, because with one hand they have to reach out and they have to reach and grasp, you know what I'm saying? Well, you don't really, but now you do, and you'll see soon enough. Forms twin hands to see that he foresaw. Twin 2 hands hold one another. That's nice. That sounds kind of nice. Let's read it back. Everything is going to start sounding really rhythmic here, team. I promise you. We are poets here as a team. So twin two hands hold one another, each same. Only one is one and the other other. One reaches, other grasps. Hunting, fortifying, right? And that's ugly, but let me show you where we're going here. To come up, we need a little parallelism between four wing, four paw, and between two hands, because they're all made from the same place and they're all on the same mission, which is hunting. Four fang. I think we start with grasp instead of reaching. So one grasps. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here, team, and I'll be right back. We've got a bunch of writing left to do. We're not even close to done, so I hope to see you in a couple minutes. which is we have two avatars who failed to hunt Forfang, and now we are on our proto-humans who are going to succeed in hunting him. And everything is a little bit raw right now. We just started writing from nothing today except for an outline, and you can see that some of it is starting to sound rhythmic and nice and beautiful the way it will at the end, but a lot of it is pretty raw still, as we just try to force ourselves to get to the end and see what we have, and then we'll continue working on it. So twin two hands hold one another, each the same, only one is one and the other. So we have two twins and they're identical except that we're naming one with a capital O, one and other with a capital O, other. So one grasps the known, other reaches for the unknown. Imagine like you know the little monkeys, what are those monkey toys? A little bit like that. They hunt Forfang. Their other lifts one. Let's have a mirroring of what we had for the other one. So they're transfixed by Sun Splendor. We can copy that because we want it to mirror. I'm really open to feedback on the format of this. You know, I'm just writing the way that I normally write, and I'm trying to speak out loud as much as I can. But I am curious to see if you guys are enjoying this or if you find any meaning in it. I do think it might be more interesting at the end when we can kind of see the whole project evolving, whereas minute by minute, it may be nice to have on in the background, but it's kind of grueling and grindy, which is what writing is. Okay. Until they reach atop a spire. We don't drop it there yet, we need it next. So similar to before, with the other forms, gets to the top and is transfixed for a moment, and then is swallowed by Forfang. But in this case, reaches, grasps. We could say in two, but we could also say in half and half, right? But What I'm trying to say is he splits them in two, and the guy he's trying to save falls, but now he's holding these two staffs, and he can't save him, and it makes him really sad, but I need to find a nice way to say this, and I need to stay focused. This is tough. What's the sequence, right? Let's just do a little sidebar here because I'm having trouble figuring out exactly what order all of these things happen. So number one, another are born. Number two, they hunt. They hunt forfeit. Number three, they reach the spire. Number four, they only one can fit. Number five, other is number six. Number seven. One. One grasps. Two fangs. One splits four fang. Two halves. From inside four fang, other falls out. One. He has two fangs in his hand. This is the order. Use this to inform this, okay? So they're born. 22 hands hold one another, each the same. Only one is one, and the other is other. One grasps the known, another reaches for the unknown. Severs four fang at two. That's good. does not catch him. His hands are full. Obviously, when you say that, prettier, but one dies. Let's try to get to the end and then we'll revisit. By grief, sends to the bottom of the spire, sacrifices himself, uses blood of one and bone of the other to etch their story in Fang and Fang. So no one, so no other should so suffer. That's the invention of writing right there, team. Let's see what we have. I need this to mirror up size. You can introduce them here. I wonder if that's capital or not, I'm not sure. Oof, this is intense and tough. I try to tell an intense and longer story with a bunch of characters and a short poetic verse, but we gotta try. We gotta keep going. All right. I'm trying to decide what he forms. Does he form between two hands or does he form one another right away? This might be good. Let's read it back. I'm saying the same except for one's name is one and the other's name is other. Let's clean it like this. Start to see the rhythm. From a coursing river of fired stone, 4 I formed 2-2-hand to see that he foresaw. That mirrors the 4-pound 4-wing creation. 2-2-hand twins, one and other hold one another. One grasps the known. Reaches for the unknown. this could be cool. Let's see how this turns out, actually. If you give me one moment here, whoever's watching, I think this could actually sound really fucking cool. I just need a second. Two-hand twins, one another, hold one another, one grasp, no, the other reach. One grasp, other reaches. One reaches, other grasps. I wanted to do something like this. Something like this. It's tough, but it's coming out pretty okay. This is not going to be when we finish in one day. We're going to have to come back on next stream Sunday to keep working on this. I'll probably work on it a little bit on my own as well. See, I've tried writing this a few ways. It's not easy. We want it to have a nice rhythm, nice cadence. It's a little hard to explain what I'm trying to fix up here, but it's really just the sequence and rhythm of each of these paragraphs. It's a little hard to say out loud as I'm just trying different things to see what is working and what's not. But what's happening is we've got these two proto-humans, two-hand, right? And they're twins, and I call one, and I call the other, and they hold on to one another. And there's a nice rhythm to that. And then one grasps and the other reaches, one reaches and the other grasps, so they alternate so that they can make distance. They're hunting for Fang. This is redundant, actually, this part right here. And when they grasp, they're grasping the known. And when they reach, they're reaching for the unknown. One falls out of his stomach, but the other can't catch him because his hands are full. You know, almost nobody's in here, maybe one person. I'm just gonna rant for a sec. Writing is so fucking hard, and it's so fucking lonely. And this shit is so abstract and so difficult to wrestle with, trying to write these cosmogonic myths, trying to keep them tight, trying to keep them rhythmic, trying to make sure you have that mythic language, but also actually articulate something clearly so people can fucking understand it. You know, and you're using these terms, these abstract quantities like four eye, four tongue, you know, but I'm naming like these initial avatars, these initial representative forms and figures, and we're in a war, right? So there's an evolution, a natural selection where different forms emerge, and I just wonder sometimes if anyone's ever gonna fucking understand this stuff that I'm working on. I wonder sometimes if anyone's ever gonna fucking care. And I wonder sometimes if I'm ever going to finish this. I do think I will. I've been pushing hard on it, and I'm in this writing workshop, but, you know, I'm not even writing my book right now. I'm writing these myths, and I'm just so fucking passionate about it, but it just feels really hard and really abstract sometimes when I'm working on them. It feels like it's just impossible for anyone to understand. Like, while I'm trying to explain this to you guys, I just feel like I'm making no fucking sense to anybody but me. And I want so badly for other people to understand and appreciate it. And I'm going to keep wrestling with it. You know, this is a project over the next couple months to see if I can. But we'll see if ever these myths can actually reach a point where they make enough sense that people can just read them and understand what the fuck is going on. Not everyone, but some people. People are interested in these sorts of mythologies. It is coming out pretty fucking good though, I think. I think the story has a lot of potential, and it's only day one, and I think you guys can see that day one is, you know, writing is rewriting, but when you start with an empty page, it comes out so ugly the first time and so unclear. I'm excited to read this in my writing workshop, hopefully get some feedback on what is clicking and what's not. Let's go from the top of war so I can refresh myself. From a seething tide of ice and salt, four-tongue forms four-fang to tell that he foretold. From a coursing river of fire and stone, four-eye forms four-paw to see that he foresaw. Two competing prophecies, right? They're fighting. Forepaw prowls, hunts Forefang until he prowls atop a spire. There, transfixed by sun splendor, Forefang swallows Forepaw. From a coursing river of fire and stone, Four Eye forms Forewing to see that he foresaw. This is the next form in evolution. He's making a bird right before he made a beast. Forewing flies, hunts Forefang, right? Similar to Forepaw until he flies atop a spire. There, transfixed by sun splendor, Forefang swallows Forewing. From a coursing river of fire and stone, Four Eye forms two-hand to see that he foresaw. Two-hand twins, one another. This goes here, it's going to be nicer. There's a couple ways to play this one. We're going to talk about rhythm here, Tim, and we're going to experiment with a few different options, and I think the one that is the best will likely emerge in the process of that. So I like this. From a coursing river, fire and stone, Four Eye forms two-hand twins, one another to see that he foresaw. Although we can keep the rhythm going here. We can go. I feel like I'm failing to, this concept of grasping the known with one hand and reaching into the unknown with another hand is a very important theme that I'm trying to articulate, but I have yet to succeed at that. In my head it makes sense, but I haven't articulated it to y'all yet successfully. If I have a neither here, I kind of want to use a both. It's kind of nice to have contrapositives like that. I don't want to force it though. Do they grasp each other or do they hold one another? tough to tell. Graph's the only thing, we'll call it rough earth, the only thing they know. Concept we're trying to articulate is that in order to make progress, you need to grasp the known with one hand and reach into the unknown with another hand. And the only thing that they do know is that neither survives without the other. Let's try like this. It's ugly. It's too ugly. I'm not gonna quit though. This is the most stuck I've ever been writing on stream, but I don't feel stuck. I'm just grappling. It's kind of what it is when you're writing. Use a little poetics here to try to articulate an abstract concept. I may be forcing this known and unknown, but it's an important theme in the ethics of the societies that are based on this. So. Potentially poetic way to say it like this. That's pretty tragic sounding, actually. One falls, reaches and grasps for the other. He's really reaching out. He's really looking to try to make that connection again. But he can't catch him. Because his hands are full. So he goes, he splits him in two, his body falls out, he's falling from the top of the spire. He reaches and grasps for his homie, but his homie's hands are full. He's got two fangs in his hand, fang and fang. Two of the four. Let's review where we're at. Some of this is really strong and some of this still needs a lot of work. And we'll type out where we're at that. And I know this has been a quieter session. I've been struggling because the content is good, but the order of it is complicated. And we'll need some wrestling. We're going to be live again on Sunday where you can kind of watch me work through that. But let's go through it here, team. Let's try to read it and see if anything comes to mind. From a seething tide of ice and salt, four-tongue forms four-fang, to tell that he foretold. From a coursing river of fire and stone, four-eye forms forepaw, to see that he foresaw. Forepaw prowls, hunts four-fang, until he prowls atop a spire. There, transfixed by sun splendor, four-fang swallows forepaw. Next animal now. From a coursing river, so this is evolution, right? different forms come and try to survive against the snakes. From a coursing river of fire and stone, four-eye forms four-wing to see that he foresaw. Four-wing flies, hunts four-fang, until he flies atop a spire. There, transfixed by sun splendor, four-fang swallows four-wing. Next form now. From a coursing river of fire and stone, four-eye forms to two-hand, to see that he foresaw. Two twins, one another, grasp one another. Let's say hold. Hold one another, neither survives without the other. These are proto-humans, right? It's a proto-human pair. And now they've entered the evolution game, where they're going to be trying to hunt four-fang. Neither survives without the other. One reaches, other grasps. One grasps, other reaches, until one reaches atop a spire. There, transfixed by sun splendor, four-fang swallows one. Other reaches, grasps, fang and fang, severs four-fang in two. One falls, reaches, grasps for other, but other's hands are full. That's ugly, but we keep it there for the logic. One dies. Other is overcome by grief, descends to the bottom of the spire, sacrifices himself, uses bones of one, blood of other, to etch their story in fang and fang. So no one, so no other should so suffer. And that end is going to be very powerful. And a lot of this is going to sound fucking amazing in 10 days. We're going to have probably 2 more streams on this. And by the end, it's going to sound great. And this was a difficult session, team, and I think it was probably a little bit boring to watch. I'm not going to lie, but I had to write it. I had to sit down. All we had was an outline. And now we have something, at least, to wrestle with and to look at. So let's set ourselves some goals for next time. Do the fangs transform into staves, right? Because they're not going to stay fangs, and I don't think he's going to write in the fangs, I think. But maybe he will. We'll see. Shit, this is tough to do live. But we got this. I'll write this on my own at the end here. All right, team. We're in a decent spot. We went from an outline to a shitty myth, and over the next session on Sunday, we'll go from a shitty myth to a better myth, and then from a better myth to an exceptional one that has the rhythm and things we desire. I think I need to wrestle with this a little bit off stream, but for now, in a minute, we're going to go ahead and play some World of Warcraft. Mythic Plus launches today, so we're going to go ahead and hop in there, try to run some keys, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes after a quick break. tried to hop into WoW and saw that we are currently, it's still being patched, right? It's Tuesday, which is patch day, which is why Mythic Plus is going to be releasing later. But we're in Athens, Greece right now, so the time is much later, and it's actually on PST, which is where Blizzard headquarters is. So we have a little bit more time to write before we get into WoW, and I do think that War, which is the story that we've been working on so far today, we've kind of gotten as far as we can, and it's been, I wouldn't say frustrating. I think that, but it has been tough. It has been challenging. We didn't get it to a point where I feel really like confident and good about it, where it's really beautiful, but that's because it's just the first session. We were able to take it from this outline into like a rough, at least, story. But there is going to be needing to be some reconfiguration, some moving of things around, some experimentation before I feel confident or good about it. And I think it's a little bit tough for me only now. Why my energy feels a little bit down is I'm a little precious about my writing. And it's difficult to share writing that doesn't end up getting to the point of beauty that I would expect it in one session. I was hoping to get it to a closer place where you guys would really be able to see what it is I'm saying. I think you can see roughly, but I didn't quite get there today. Didn't quite get as far as I was hoping, but realistically, it was a solid session. You know, we did get all the way at least to the end, get it down on paper to get started. We are ahead of schedule. So if we look here, you know, Brother is due tomorrow based on my analysis, and War I've given myself 2 weeks to work on, and I've started working on it before I even submitted Brother. But I am going to complete, I think I want to work a little bit more on Brother today. I want to go backwards because there's one part of it that I think needs fixing. But we are a little ahead of schedule. We have 2 more weeks to work on this one, and by the end of by May 20th, we'll have all 7 myths complete. So let's hop in on Mother and see where we're at, what it is. I'll tell you exactly what I want to work on. So I think I'm going to work on this second point. I don't want to focus on the formatting. I think the formatting of this is going to be much easier once it's all done and working in non-Notion, which is kind of my back-end space where I do my work. But I do want to work on this idea of clarify Mother does not know her dawn/dusk milk are different. So let's go back through the story. We have 2 brothers who are born to Mother. One is born at dawn and one is born at dusk, right? And dawn is where night turns to day, and dusk is where day turns to night. And when the mom transfigures her water to milk to feed them, the milk on the dawn side during the daytime is sweet, and the milk on the night side is briny and salty and shitty. But the thing that I haven't not yet quite articulated in this myth is that the mother doesn't know that her sons are experiencing different versions of milk. She is not aware of that. She just loves openly and consistently and persistently. And in the same way that if we look at Mother Nature, you know, she creates life and death. It's not moralistic. It's not deterministic. She's not making decisions. It's just kind of happening. Her nature is she's spinning around. She's orbiting in the universe. She being Earth. Orbiting around the sun. She's spinning around her axis. She has salt water. She has fresh water. She has all these different components and elements to her. And I want it to be clear that she doesn't love one son more than the other. She has no preference for them. And in fact, she doesn't even know that her sons are experiencing different milk. And so I feel like that is a major failure of this current version, and we're going to find a way to fill that in. So at dawn, at dusk, one twin born, one form, one mother, knows not his brother. So these are identical, and that means we'll probably put them in the shared column in the future when we're formatting it. Mother loves her son, transfigures water to milk, so he might drink, become himself, stand before light, and know no shame. So once again, these are perfectly aligned here, and that will probably go in the middle column. But what she's saying is she wants to feed them so that they can become themselves, and stand before light and not feel ashamed. She was ashamed when she stood before light because light is so perfect. She felt incredibly imperfect. But the morning milk is honey sweet. The evening milk is briny bitter. And this is where we start to get the different kinds of milk. Let's work on a separate page so that we don't ruin our manuscript. I'll show you how I do this in Notion. I really love Notion. I use it all the time, kind of for everything. And we'll make a new document. Mother live, and we can call this. And what we'll do is we'll change this to serif. We'll verify it. We'll say that the date is today. The vertical is writing, and we're doing it live, so it's also broadcast. And what we can do here is copy and paste the part that we want to work on. Let's get this pretty little opener here too. Make it look nice. Where you actually are working matters. All right. Okay. Let's try the new format actually. I'm going to use Notion AI for this. I don't know if you guys have ever used Notion AI, but it's pretty cool. Please make 3 columns beneath the divider under the brother top section. The columns should have 50 numbered lines from 1 to 250. Each column has 50 lines. Let's see what we can do here. Notion AI is a little bit slower because it needs to use the language models. It needs to go to interpret your intent using one of the language models and then come back to itself to tell the Notion AI what to do. It's a little technical, but explanation, but this is going to be slower than just going right into a Claude or something like that. It seems to be a little frozen, but let's see if it works or if it's got stuck. It's all right either way. We'll figure it out. Unfortunately, WoW is supposed to be is going to be patching until like 2 p.m. today, Eastern time, which is like 8 p.m. my time here in Athens, Greece. But maybe we'll keep riding up until then. I really do want to play some WoW. Mythic Plus launched today, so it feels like I gotta get in there and get cooking. I love Mythic Plus. It's one of my favorite game modes. All right, this is frozen. Maybe we refresh here. All right, let's close that and we'll try to relaunch it. Notion AI, come on, man. I was trying to do you a solid, show all your potential, and now you're being dog shit. Oh, we got a little movement. It's not a difficult task. I gave it to just number these columns, so I'm not exactly sure what the issue is. Did it do it? No. Please remove the bullet point. Did it do 3 columns at least? Nah, this is dog shit. Oh. No. No. Alright, that was a fail notion. Sorry to tell you. That was dog shit. But we'll go for it again. Fill these 3 columns with numbered lines up to 50. 1, 2, up to 50. There should thus be 3 1 lines in parallel across the 3 columns. The line should be empty. To right, and then do not include bullets or anything between lines. I made the columns this time, so I think it may make it actually work. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Done. I filled all 3 columns with empty numbered lines from 1 to 50. Let's see. Yep, this is what we want. So what we're going to try to do here is whenever the brother myth is, whenever the 2 brothers have exactly the same word, we're going to put it in the middle column. And whenever they have distinct, unique values, we're going to use the left and right columns and see what we can do here from a structural perspective. So here's the myth that we have right now in only 2 columns, and let's see what we can do. Let's see. Oops. Okay. So when we had just 2 columns, it made sense to say, at dawn, at dusk, like that. But if we're gonna start, I wonder if we should start in the center. I wonder if we could break even in between the paragraphs across columns. Let me see. These are identical except for that first line. I'm trying to think how to structure this. This is a potential option. Okay, let me try it. I do think we might need to start at dawn and at dusk, and then maybe we just move into the middle here like this. We'll see. I've never tried this before. I've never written like a three-column poem before. Struggling a little bit today, writing on stream. It has not been easy. If you look at the manuscript, let's try it like this. What I'm trying to say is, at one time, at the exact same moment, in two different places, two sons are born. Then we come here. No, this isn't working. We need to start at dawn and at dusk. I need to talk this out with AI. I'm a little tired. We've been running for some hours, and I just need a little bit of juice here. Okay, here's what I have so far. The part I'm working on now is the idea that mother does not know that her milk tastes different for each of her sons. And I think that goes before or after the milk is separated and different. Morning milk and evening milk taste different. She knows not limited. None of these are good, but in typing it out, I figured it out. Or saying she doesn't know that the milk tastes like salty in the night and sweet during the day. It's by accident. the knows not works well because we have knows not here, right? Knows not his brother. And knows no shame. So we have a nice repetition going on with regards to rhythm. Mother knows not her morning milk is honey sweet. Mother knows not her evening milk is brownie bitter. Her son drinks, her son drinks. Is nourished full, is famished empty. Grow of 4 eyes, serves 4 tongues to seek light's splendor. This. We have a nice repetition of knows not, but I'm not sure about ending that line on her. That was terrible. AI has not been helpful today at all. Oh, fuck. And I could use some help today. I'm just gonna grab some coffee and then just talk to the camera for a second. A little break. No one's watching anyway. We made some great progress at the start. What we did was we wrote down everything from the outline, just raw and ugly, and then we went through it and we revised it and got some nice poetic elements, made some nice breakthroughs, but altogether the ultimate version we were left with in war was not so clean. It's definitely going to take at least another day, probably another 2 days of writing on stream to get it where we want it. Then we went to go try to play some WoW, and I forgot that Tuesday is patch day, and it's a long patch. It said it wasn't going to go live until 11 a.m. PST, which is 2 p.m. EST, which is still an hour and 15 minutes from now. So we decided to come back in and look back at one of these old myths, Mother, which we worked on live, Brother, which we worked on live the last 2 streams, which honestly went great. That came out really well. In a similar way, the first session was more challenging than the second one when we were more editing. But now, for some reason, this session has felt more difficult kind of across the board. It feels like some of the wrestling of different words that I'm trying to find might be better done off stream. But I do feel pretty good about the progress we made, and I do feel like we are ahead of schedule based on the goals and things that we set. But at the same time, it's been a challenging day. I'm not gonna lie. So the mother loves her son, transfigures water to milk, transfigures water to milk, so he might drink, become his cell, stand before it, and I don't think we need her here. I feel like the primary difference was, except for in that initial phase, it's just been harder for me to speak and think at the same time today. I was having no issue with that the last couple streams. But I'm struggling a little bit now. Maybe it's exhaustion. I'm not sure. I want to work on this line now. I want to make it clear it's the clash that causes the spire to form between them. I also want to make clear that only one of them can ascend. What do you think? So far we're 0 for 4 on AI being helpful at all, but we've been writing for a couple hours and it's always nice to stimulate some conversation and see what's cooking. So 2 things to solve: causality, clash equals the spire, yes, and scarcity, only one can ascend. Options for each: causality, their clash twists the spire between them. Their clash twists the spire between them, spire twists from their clash, but all these are shitty. Let's see if the other side of it, scarcity, only one can ascend. To top of spire, 2 aspire, which implies scarcity through the math, 1 spire, 2 aspirants, so the scarcity may already be handled by what follows. That could be true. Nah, this is all ass. Complete ass. Get some betwixt synonyms. It's feeling a little off, that word, to me. I like this. twixt instead of betwixt. Top aspire to aspire. Brother grapples brother. I love that. The peak of victory versus the pit of defeat. Okay, I landed on twixt. We're moving on. You did bad. I want to talk about the spire as a location. It's different places. It shows up in many of the myths. And so understanding it is quite important. Here are some questions for us to consider together. I'm really just talking to myself right now. So far, it has not been very helpful, but these kinds of talking out loud does help me, and it also helps me speak to the chat. One. What is the top of the spire called? Where is the spire located? So we're trying to think through with AI. When the two brothers clash, both of them are trying to seek the light, right? One of them's trying to flee away from the darkness. One of them's trying to seek the light. They clash, and between them a spire rises. And the spire kind of represents where only one can ascend. It represents competition. It represents desire. It represents that there is something that both people want, and that only one person can get it. But let's try it. I want to talk with you about one. I don't think it's necessarily dawn, because that's where I was originally born. That's mother dances and twirls causing movement. I think maybe it's between dawn and dusk. Other spins are not fixed points, they're moving lines sweeping across your surface. That's true. That's what I just said. Where day becomes night, it's a terminator line. That's the astronomical term for the line that divides the planet's lit and dark sides. That's cool. The terminator line. The spire at the terminator line is cosmologically perfect for several reasons. Have to converge there because it's the only shared threshold. It moves with her spin, which means it's not a fixed location but a condition where light meets shadow. The spire can form that makes it portable across all 7 myths. It's the place of maximum tension on any planet. Not light, not dark, but the razor between. The theological reading writes itself, the place where good and evil clash is never fully in the light, never fully in the dark. This raises the question for the manuscript. Do you name the Terminator line explicitly anywhere, or do you let the geography imply it? Once earns its cosmology quietly. Readers who know the term will feel it, those who don't. We definitely don't say it out loud like that. But let's go back to the myth. We entered our own question, but it's helpful to hear what AI says just to kind of confirm it. 4i is... I like that. Between dawn and dusk, 4i clashes, 4-tongue, aspire. I wonder if I can include these like dancing and twirling, this idea that seasons are continuing to pass. That's pretty good. I wonder if they grow four eyes earlier or right here after trying to drink. I wonder if the dawn sun grows four eyes right away after being fortunate to be born at dawn versus after his nourishment. Same thing. Yeah, its original version is better. I like that. You will become. Alright, let's see if WoW's patched yet. right, team, we're gonna come back in an hour when WoW's live. I need to take a quick breather, eat a quick snack, wait for WoW to patch, and then we'll come back. Welcome back for those who have been watching along for the writing stream at the beginning here. We had a long and grueling writing stream, and now we are going to have some fun running some Mythic Plus. And today's the first day that Mythic Plus launches. It's fresh off of a reset. We're looking a little choppy here on stream. I hope that this evens out. Am I seeming choppy to you all? Can you confirm or deny? I'm gonna wait for the camera seems really choppy. Connecting, reconnecting. Okay, that could be it. I'm gonna give it a sec here to align. Haven't had any issues with lag except right now. Give me a moment here too. I think I need to restart. I want to go live and then come back off and spam everyone. But this is not working. My WoW is clear, but everything else is not. We are learning a lot. Are we live? We had a little bit of a failure of technology, but it does look like we are live again. So let's get cooking. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Give me a moment, get my chat up, and then we're gonna have a nice little gaming sesh. We've earned it. We had a long, really writing day. We fought a technical issue right there where our camera was extremely stuttery. Welcome back, everybody, and for those of you who are just joining me now, we had a long, really good writing session. I would say medium good, actually, but it was grueling and it was intense. And today, WoW Mythic Plus launches. This is one of my favorite game modes, and you're going to see we're going to be leading some dungeons, kind of going through it, but we're learning all these dungeons for the first time, but so is everybody else, so it makes sense. And on Tuesday, reset day, we kind of can go to our Great Vault, we can get a piece of gear, and then we'll get a group together, and we will tank some Mythic Plus and see how this goes in the stream. I'm really excited, but I do know that this first day is going to be a little tougher as I get to know the dungeons. But I think that people in the first week, tanks are kind of expected to know everything. But I do think in the first week, people will be a little bit more chill with regards to what they expect from their tanks as far as game knowledge, and then ultimately it's going to be the expectation is really high on tanks. So we are every week, if you accomplish some goals, you can go to your vault and get some gear. We're going to look for the biggest upgrade here. I do think that the biggest upgrade is going to be this belt. It looks kind of great. Let's see. Yeah, that would be also good, but we're going to take this belt, and then we're going to get into it. I also get a keystone? Nice. Let's go! Mythic keystone! We're in it, boys! And any lessons that are coming? Okay, let me equip what I just got. Where is that belt? What was that called? Where's my equipment? There it is. Boom. And does that take our item level up to 240? Okay. Should we join someone else's group or should we make our own group? I think we're going to make our own group. Let's see what our keystone is exactly. And then we'll make a group. And if it's our group, then people can't tilt as much. So we have an Algithar. I don't really know this one now, but we're gonna try it. Let's go ahead and make a group. Pre-made groups, dungeons, start a group. Unlock full access to Group Finder. Okay, it looks like we need to do some authentication before we can start our own group, so we'll just join somebody else's. That's all right for today. We'll have that authenticated for the next one, and we'll push our own key soon. But for now, as a tank, we shouldn't have too much issue getting into groups, so we can go ahead and do that. I have a friend in this group. I'm not sure who it is, but I thought might as well throw myself in there. We'll also go into this +2. Relaxado. Nice. All right, we're in a group here, team. Let's get some dungeons cooking. I'm really excited. /P. Heyo, team. I'm an experienced tank, but this is my first key this season. Want to hop in Discord? Let's see what we can get cooking here. Live to practically no one at youtube.com/EIWerner. Shit, I'm hyped. mythicplus is the best. I'm glad we got that belt. That's kind of lit. I'm going to pick up a flask from my bag.
Baladash Malanora.
All right, let's get cooking. Love having health stones. So good. Let's cool down. +2, I think. Our first Mythic Plus of the season, fam. So this is how it works. You are a group of 5, and you got to beat it in time. You got to kill all the bosses, and you got to kill enough of the enemies. Let's see how this goes. First Mythic Plus of the season. Gotta focus up. We got a fresh UI we're testing out, so there could be some issues with that, but there could also be some greatness with that. So. Fam. Let's try to time this first key. Start off with a bang.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Should we go this way? Never mind. Yeah, we're new to the season. All these are new.
Teresa was the peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
I need to get closer.
I have cooldowns, so one more.
Far away.
This way.
The soothing sounds of my harp brought Marisa joy beyond
I
measure.
need to get
I
closer.
need that relic.
Stack on top of this guy. He doesn't seem to be moving much. We can definitely get holding something. Man, these tokens are OP. Mass silences and whenever I have
I'm out of range.
So let's see how this goes.
Well now, that Dragonhawk seems to have
First boss.
stolen my harp. She won't let you close without fight. She reminds me of Verisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened. Come, let's find the next relic.
Stones, and now if we die.
I need to get closer. Far away. Out of range. It's too far away.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
I need to get closer.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
We don't need that percent.
I need to get closer. Far away. Get closer. It's too far away. Get closer. I'm out of range. Closer. It's too far away. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I need to get closer.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once.
Mechanics.
I'll need it.
We're gods.
Desecrate her sanctum! Be gone! Shadows descend! Here's your hand! What have you done? Shadows descend!
All right, 15 minutes left. 25% and 2 bosses.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be admired, but she never wanted to be worshipped.
Gotta click that thing, okay?
Come, we have one more relic to find.
Pick up some arrows, and I'll have these guys as well.
It's too far away. I'm afraid. Don't have a target. Get closer.
One shot the boss.
I need to get closer.
Alaria hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason. One of Alaria's scouting maps is within. It seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance past. We'll need that map from them.
Hit by him. Just reload that. bosses, I'm pretty sure.
I need to get closer.
Is there bosses?
Down myself!
Watch out.
Done it.
I hope you can get
One last task remains.
Kill as many, as much trash as we need. We have 9 minutes. If we can one-shot the boss, we should be okay.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the spire. Perhaps then, my sisters will return to me. There! The restless heart that haunts us. Please, lay it to rest.
Retime it. Retime it. Mythic Plus now.
At last, the spirits that linger within these halls have found peace.
So if we get some loot.
I hope that one day, my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Alright, everyone. That was really fun. My first Mythic Plus, we timed it. We'll be back for another writing stream on Sunday, team. I think I'm going to stream one more time this week, just Mythic Plus, and get some more gaming in. But we've had a long stream already, and I think I'm going to hop off and call it for the night. Bid you all Godspeed and good fortune.